working on our quiz. All right, let me put it in front of me. Still working a couple minutes. So, you're gonna go. I'm sorry if I wasn't. I hope I've taken most of yours by now. On the back, when you were doing the books of the Bible, you see how I did that? We did that when you were writing the book. Got that from you. Sorry. Just really quick, just so I know, I'm not trying to like pressure you or anything like that. Who is still working? I think I know. Just really, you still have yours. Okay. Just want to make sure I know. Thank you. You sure you do? Okay, guys, we're going to, if you're still working on it, I want you to work on it right there at your seat. The rest of you, go ahead and close what you're working on right now. I did have a question. I want to look at this. How about everybody open up, just take your field notes, take your field notes out. I had a question about what was it, Matthew 11? Matthew chapter 11. I believe that's Monday's reading. All right, Monday's reading. Matthew chapter 11. And so this, by the way, is such an important thing. You read it and you're saying, I don't really understand what I'm reading here. That's why it's important to ask. Here's what happens when we don't understand something. I'll give you an example. I've told you before, I enjoy reading. Okay, now sometimes I read books that the guy that is writing the book or the girl that is writing the book, you ever read a book where like the way they're explaining something, and then they're like, let me illustrate this for you, and they give you an illustration, you get the illustration done, you're like, typical response. When it comes to the Bible, it's so important that we do. So Matthew chapter 11, let me see here. Can anybody share with me something, a takeaway that you took? You should have it written down there from Matthew chapter 11. And by the way, these could be, one of the things I enjoy is these could all be different. I mean, there's a main theme of it here, but some of you could take the first part of Matthew chapter 11 and say, this was what God spoke to me about. Many of you took the second part, where it talks about coming unto him and everything like that. So somebody share with me, what did you put down for Matthew chapter 11? You want to just read it for us? Or we can summarize, whatever you want to do. Yeah. Okay. So Emma's reading it, and she's focusing on the response from the people, what they're saying back to Jesus. Good, good. What did you have something?
Jesus is describing John.
Jesus is describing John. Yeah, absolutely. We see that happening there, for sure. Who else has something there? Who has something they put down about the second part of that? Because the second part of that, or the very end of that, has some great verses when you look at this. It's verses number 28, 29 and 30. Come unto me, all you that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you and learn of me, for I am meek and lowly in heart. Some great verses about how God is there to help us with our burdens. Now, can I tell you my takeaway from Matthew chapter 11. That first part of Matthew chapter 11, you get what's happening there? Who is John that they're talking about? The Baptist. He has a question. What is the question that he sends? At this point, John is in prison. He sent the guys that are following him to Jesus to ask this question. What is the question that he has them ask Jesus? Emma? Hey, Jesus, are you really the Messiah? John had questions. You know what I take away from that? Sometimes I have questions about things in the Bible that I don't understand. And do you notice here, does Jesus hear this question and be like, what is wrong with John? That guy has to get a clue. I mean, he should know, right? I mean, think about it. John, they're cousins. They would have seen each other. John's the first one that he baptized Jesus, remember? Remember what happens when Jesus comes out of the water? What does he hear? A voice from heaven. God the Father saying, this is my Son in whom I am well pleased. John should have known. But Jesus doesn't say that. He lets John ask the question, and then look at what he responds to him in. You guys are there in Matthew chapter 11. Let me find the verse. Verse number 4. Jesus answered and said unto them, go and show John again those things which you do hear and see. The blind receive their sight, and the lame walk, the lepers are cleansed, and the deaf hear. The dead are raised, and the poor have the gospel preached to them. You know what Jesus says, John? He doesn't get on John for having a question. He helps answer the question. I love that part, because that means we can ask questions about the Bible, and God's not up there like, I can't believe they asked that. He says, go ahead and ask, and I'll prove to you. What's Jesus saying? Hey, John, who else could do all these things? You know what you've seen. Who could do this but the Messiah? And so that's my big takeaway from Matthew chapter 11. And then what does Jesus spend time describing is John. Remember, he's the one that in this passage says, there's none greater, there's no one greater that has been born than John. He talks about how, I think Emma pointed this out, the hypocrisy. When John came, remember John was sort of unique. John, what made John unique? Not this John. Oh, okay, we're going to go another John. Don't tell me what makes this John unique, all right? What made John... He wore some different clothes. He ate some different things. It's a little unique. He was unique. And Jesus says, hey, when John came, you guys were like, man, this guy's crazy. Look at him out there living a life like that. Who would want to follow him? And then Jesus says, but I come and I go around the people. I spend time with people, and you get on me as well. And he's showing them their hypocrisy. And so a great passage there, but I thank you for the question, just the idea of what, if I read something and I don't understand it, let's ask questions about it, okay? Do you have a question, Chase?
Why was John in jail?
Oh, why was John in jail? It's a great question. John's in jail because he called out the sin of a man named Herod, okay? Herod, it gets sort of confusing because at this point, Rome is in charge of everything. Okay, but they set up people in different places to sort of rule. And so he's not like king where he has all authority. He has authority there, but if the people don't like something he does, they can go to Rome. So he still has to answer to Rome. But in a way, he is the king. Okay, just not the all-powerful one we typically think of. So Herod has, I'm trying to remember the exact details. Basically, here's what happened. A girl that is already married, and so he finds out. Okay, and so John calls it out. Says that's wrong. That's sin. Now, surprisingly, or I guess not surprisingly, people don't really like being called out and saying that they're doing something wrong. So Herod has him put in prison. Herod likes the guy. But we find that this lady that he had called out the sin with hates him. So much so that he has her daughter Herod into having him killed. Herod says, I'll give you anything. What do you want? And this is her request. I want John's head on a platter. That's sort of a little strange, right? And they killed him. That's how he died. So that's why he was in prison, is for calling out the sin that Herod was a part of. So that's why he was in prison. All right, good question, though.
She was a dancer or something?
Yes, yeah. All right, any other, those are good questions. Anybody else have a question? Again, it's something we've talked about or something we maybe have never talked about, but just something you have a question about the Bible. Do you have another one, Chase?
Why the girl hate it?
Well, the Bible says she was instructed by her mother to do this.
Or why the mother hate it?
Because she's the one being called out for doing something wrong. So she doesn't like the fact here's John with his great following, and he's out there saying, these guys are living in sin, God's going to judge them. She doesn't like this. And so she wants to get rid of him. And that was her idea of getting rid of him. And the Bible actually says when this came, Herod was grieved. He didn't want to do this, but he'd already said he was going to, so that's why he had him killed. Okay? Any other questions? All right, good. Thanks for the questions today. Those were good. Take out your books. We're going to jump back into our notes. Look at the book of Numbers. Book of Numbers. All right, let me give you a quick rundown of next week. I'm sorry, I have not all the way decided on the verse for next week, so it will not be 2 Timothy 3, 16 and 17. All right, I'm just going to let you know that. We are going to move on from that. But I will give you the verse on Monday. Your verse quiz will be on Friday. Okay, next Friday will be your verse quiz. I do believe next week we are starting chapels back. So we will have chapels on Wednesday, I believe. That is tentatively the plan. So we will meet up there in chapel. You know what? Well, I'll say this on Tuesday. Just some sort of rules for chapel. I think you guys did a great job in those first few chapels. But I just want to remind you of a few things. But I'll make sure to mention that on Tuesday when we get closer. So this week, your main responsibility on Monday, I will give you your field notes. Hey, make sure, guys, some of you, your grades are going way down because of your field notes. This is 100. I mean, that's what it is. All you have to do is do it. That's all you have. We're talking about maybe at the most 5 minutes a day. I mean, really. And all you've got to do is do it. So make sure that you do it. Don't have your grade go down because of this. Very important to do it. So I'll give you those on Monday. Get your field notes done. And then on Friday, we will just have a verse quiz at the next 5 books of the Bible. And those will be your bonus. Okay? So that's a little bit of a rundown of what next week will be. And of course, we'll go over that in greater detail next week. Now, we've talked about, yesterday we spent quite a bit of time talking about the children of Israel and their decision that they made to stay in the land. And now we're going to move on from that. What should have made a difference? What should have made a difference? So you should be on, let me get my book out. What page are we on there? 52? Okay. What should have made a difference? Here's what should have made a difference. The people should have, and I think we talked about this briefly, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time. Did the 12 spies see the exact same thing? I believe they did. I believe all of them were together. The Bible doesn't tell us that like 2 of them went here, 2 of them went there, 2 of them went there. I believe they all were sort of together. I believe they saw the same thing, but did they come back with different reports? Remember, Caleb's like, we can do it. The other 10 are like, there's no way. Remember when they used that terrible analogy, we're like a grasshopper? You know, I mean, just that was their mindset. So how could they all see the same thing and come to completely different conclusions? Here's how. What they focused on. Caleb never disputes the fact that they're great walls, that their armies are great. He never argues that. Here's what he was looking at, though. God was with them. Here's what Caleb remembered. We didn't get out of Egypt by ourselves. It was God that those 10 plagues happened. We didn't defeat Pharaoh's army by ourselves. It was God. So if God could do that then, he can do this now. And a great lesson for us to learn when you go through difficulties, which we all will. The question becomes, what do you focus on? What do you focus on in difficulties? Do you focus on the problem? Because sometimes we go through difficulties and the problem is just huge. And to be honest, we can't handle the problem. We can't. And so if we focus on the problem, then we become discouraged, we become despondent, we just feel like nothing's going right. And that's because the problem can be great. honestly, for the children of Israel, those 10 spies were right. Understand, they had no business defeating all of those armies there. It's not just going to be one battle. They had to fight many different kingdoms to get that land. If any person, let's say a military general, was to go into the land of Canaan at that point, see the land and see the armies and see the walls, you know what they would come back and say? The exact same thing those 10 guys did. Guys, there's no way we can win. We're going to be destroyed. What they could see, it didn't look good. So why were Caleb and Joshua different? Because they knew who was in charge. So the decision was made because they forgot who was with them. Now, we come to maybe, well, let me tell you this. Do you know the sin that more people died of in the Old Testament than any sin recorded? Anybody know what that sin is? It's not cursing God. It's not a sexual sin. It's not anything like that. What was the sin? What was it? Sorry, I couldn't hear. Complaining. More people died in the Old Testament for the sin of complaining against God than any other. This I don't like. You know why? Because is it easy for anybody else to complain? It just comes easy, right? Right now, today, in the middle of the day, you're going to go outside. I don't know what it's supposed to be today. Right now, it's 85 degrees, so it's probably going to be close to 100. You're going to go outside today, and what is going to be one of the things that's so easy for us to say? It's so hot outside. Now, for some of you, you wear jackets all day, so evidently it's not hot for you. But for some of us, at 95 degrees, it is a little warm. You know what's going to happen in like 3 weeks, or I don't even know when, but in a few weeks, you know what's going to happen? You're going to be outside, middle of the day, and you know what you're going to say? It's so cold out here. It's so cold out here. You know, in California, you guys are cold when it's like 60 degrees. Like, there's no way that life can go on. My son one day, it was probably going to be, I was telling him it'd be a little cooler. It was going to be like in 55 degrees, I think. This is when he was quite a bit younger. He asked me if we were still going to have school. Because 55 degrees, evidently in his mind, thought we should cancel school. I'm like, you have grown up in California. You know, it's just different. Because, and by the way, I do believe that when you're in a warmer climate like this, you do become accustomed to it a little bit more, so you're not as used to the cold. But I remember growing up, I would get in trouble growing up because after the wintertime, it would start getting warm outside, and I would try to go outside in shorts, and it would be like 50 degrees, and my mom's like, you're going to get cold, you got to wait till it gets warmer, but it just felt warmer. And we complain so easy about the weather. Anyone else ever complained about what you were going to eat? That's happened to me, right? You sit down for, or for me, I like to ask. Okay, I like to ask, what's for dinner? I don't know if any of you like to do that. Now my wife has like a board that she writes down, you know, sort of what's for dinner every day, like for the week. I'll be honest, there are some days that I go in with the mindset, I'm going to try to talk her into going out to eat this today. All right, that was like my mindset. Like, how can we, because it's not my favorite thing. I remember sitting down. I'll just be honest with you, my mom, she just loved my sisters more. I mean, it was just a rough life. No, not really. But I'll say this, my sisters liked like different things, and she would fix those things. And so, you ever have a meal that you feel like it's like you're eating it every week? Anybody have that in your house? Like you feel like it's like all the time, it's constantly that. And then, anyone else ever have that meal that you feel like you're constantly eating, that you eat like all the time, like that you don't like? That happens, right? And you sit down for dinner, and what do we say? Not this again, right? We're complaining. We complain so much. This is a very serious thing. We've put down some times that they complained. They complained about misfortunes, had only manna to eat. They complained about the battle they were going to fight. Then there's people that rise up against Moses and Aaron, and God kills them. Korah. And the people then complain because these people were killed, and God was the one that did it. So what we're going to do is on Monday, you guys don't even worry about filling all this in, okay? We'll just wait till Monday because I know it's a lot. Monday we'll be right back here, and we're going to talk about something that I think we all struggle with, and so we'll look at that on Monday. are dismissed.
Okay, Chase. Shh. John, have a seat. Chase, quiet. Okay. DLs, good to, hopefully you're listening today. Right now, the class here is going to be taking a quiz 5. So I want you to do the same thing. Cody? Shh. So I want you to take your quiz 5 also right now, or give you just a few minutes to study, but then I want you to go ahead and take it. And then when we're done, we're going to go into lesson 23, I believe it is, for your notes. Okay, so get that done. We'll stay online. But here's what I'll do. I'll just interrupt the class for you, so you're not hearing every little conversation that's going on here. But go ahead and start working on your quiz 5. Okay. So, see you in just a little bit. DL, sorry about that interruption. This is not open book. Okay, so be honest with yourselves. Okay, not open book. Okay, DLs, welcome back. We are done here. You got a little bit more time since you're home to get yours done, but we do need to keep going with this. So, lesson 23, that is on page 10 of your notes. Let me get it up on the screen. Okay, there it is. Okay. Talking about, let me plug in my clicker. Talking about, let's do the review, okay? So what scale is used to describe and evaluate the effects of an earthquake on man structures, and the Earth's structures?
Modified Mercalli.
Okay? The modified Mercalli scale. What scale that mathematically rates earthquakes by analyzing certain characteristics of their patterns on a specific seismograph? What'd you say? I heard somebody else. Bella, did you say something? Ariana? No? John? The Richter scale. The Richter magnitude. Okay? What scale is considered to be the most reliable method of measuring an earthquake's magnitude? Nope. The magnum or the moment magnitude scale. Okay, that's it. Here we go with the lesson. Analyzing a fault. The San Andreas Fault Observatory at depth, okay, is the category, or SAFOD, SAFOD, okay. This is the project that uses drill holes to directly observe and monitor the San Andreas Fault. Okay? So they go out on the Andreas Fault. I have no idea where that's at. I mean where they go out and drill, but they drill holes deep enough to, and then they put probes down there that have recording devices on them, and that helps us with our detection of earthquakes. Why? Because it wants to, did you get all that? Everybody back on the first one? Okay. We'll answer my why question here in just a minute. Okay. I'm not sure why I'm seeing this, but I'm seeing a lot of rolled up papers, like paper balls on the floor. I don't know if you're just trying to play basketball in here. But you're not rebounding. You're leaving them laying on the floor. Okay? So those are what we call loose balls. Okay? You need to get those picked up. Okay. Why do we do this? Why do seismologists do this? Okay? And the answer is to better understand earthquakes. There's a twofold reason. To better understand the earthquakes, and to help better predict when earthquakes are going to occur. Okay? So to better understand them and to develop earthquake predictions. Okay? And a lot of times it's very hard to predict an earthquake. They have been predicting the San Andreas Fault one for decades. Okay? Has it happened yet? No. But because they've been drilling holes in that San Andreas Fault, they are seeing a lot of activity that's going on. Okay? More than probably at times more than what it should be. and thus it is causing, all of our tremors around here. Okay. But because of their investigations into the San Andreas Fault, they're predicting that that big one is going to come. Okay. Now, if they've been predicting it for decades, okay, I remember hearing about that when I was in school. Okay, and I'm 60, almost 62 now, and so if you go back, even if you take it to 20, that's 40 years ago that they've been talking about this. Okay, and so the more that they do this, the more readings, the more seismic activity is going on. Okay, so they have been researching this, and they keep saying it's going to happen, it's going to happen, it's going to happen. Well, it may never happen before the Lord comes. Okay, the rapture may happen before that happens. Okay, and then we don't have to worry about it. We don't have to worry about if we're going to become islanders or, or landowners, whatever. Okay, but it's according to the seismologists, it's supposed to happen. Now, obviously, as you've heard, I've never put a date with that statement. Okay, because they can't put a date with the statement. They're just saying it's going to happen. Well, how can we reduce earthquake damage? Okay? Right now, it's currently impossible to predict, as I've been saying, to predict when an earthquake. Okay? You can't one day wake up and say, "Oh, it's an earthquake!" Okay? You can't do that. Okay? You can't do that. Okay? It's virtually impossible to do that. Okay? You say, I didn't see anybody get under the desk, so you weren't even awake. Okay? Okay? Okay, it's impossible. Okay? But the more technology that comes up, the more research they do, the better the chances of them predicting an earthquake are going to be. Okay? So, who knows? It could happen. There's 3 building codes, and this is the best that I could put with this as a category. There's 3 building codes that they have developed to help with earthquakes. Okay? The first is what we call a fixed base system. The 2 words, the hyphenated word, fixed base, should give you a clue of what it's all about. Okay? It's a type of foundation in which the building is attached to the bedrock. It's a fixed foundation. Okay? It is stable. Okay? So on these pictures, you got the fixed base. Now see, it's all attached into here. Okay? It's not going to sway. It's going to hold with the earthquakes. Now, obviously, if you get a good-sized earthquake and it happens to cause damage to the earth around that, then obviously the foundation is going to be in jeopardy. But basically, just a small tremor, it's not even going to touch it because it's a fixed base. And it all depends upon the ground that it's built upon. The energy of an earthquake is absorbed by the building, by the building's frame and its joints. Okay? So not only do they fix it into the ground, into the bedrock, they prepare the building to go right along with it. Okay? So the joints have a flexibility to them that allows the building to sway enough to where it's not going to cause damage or it may cause a slight damage, but something that can be repaired fairly easy. Okay, it's not going to destroy the building. Okay, and that's what we're trying to look at. Okay, so make sure you're getting all this written down. Energy on earthquake is absorbed in the building's frame and its joints. Okay, everybody got that? Number 2 on this. The downside is this. Buildings can be deformed. Okay? Not destroyed, but they can be deformed, which means that the plumb might be off just a little bit. Okay? And if it's off a little bit, you can kind of live with that. It's not a foundational type of problem where it's a hazard. Okay? Some might get to be a hazard, but generally it's not to that point. Okay? So a fixed based system. The second, ready? The second is called a base isolated system. The buildings rest on isolators that absorb the seismic shock. Okay? So, if you can kind of see on this picture, there's 2 little feet at the bottom of this, and those are the shock absorbers, basically. Okay? So, the building, the earthquake comes, it rumbles, it moves, okay? And the building just kind of does its flexes with the earthquake itself. It's not a solid base, it's a flexible base. Now, once again, all 3 of these systems of buildings have to be built. The ground has to be willing. Let me say it this way: they can't build these unless the ground is appropriate for these buildings. Okay, so it all depends on where you're located, of what type of buildings that you need. They act as a movable stilts, okay, for this building that separate the building from its foundation. Okay, so you've got fixed base, the firm ones. You've got your base isolated systems, which means you've got your cushions in there. Okay, and then your third one is your energy dissipating devices. Okay, this kind of goes along with the second one. Okay. These are devices that are added to structures to absorb some of the seismic energy, which lessens the stress on the building, minimizing deformation. And that diagram right there is basically what they would put on the buildings. So see on the diagram on the right, it kind of shows you where they would put them. And they would put them according, not just on the foundation, but they're going to put them in various spots along up the building. Okay, and so all this is because of studies. Is the ground, what kind of ground can we use? What can the buildings do to absorb these shocks? Okay, with your quiz, that's basically it for today. Okay, you do have homework. Okay, 2.2 and reading pages 54 to 56. Okay, so you have about 10 minutes left of this hour class in here to be working on that. Get it done. You don't have homework for the weekend. You can enjoy yourself, at least from my side of it. Okay, DLs, it's been a short lesson, but we got it done. Make sure you get your work done, get it turned in for me. Okay, so tune in tomorrow, or Monday, let me say that. Tune in Monday for another topic of Earth and space, and we will be talking about volcanoes. Have a good weekend. Bye.
let's take out our grammar books. Okay. Before we do, please take out your vocab homework and then bring it up and put it in the tray. Last night's homework was vocab 1 through 5 with the definitions. I'll put it in the tray. In the tray. Yes. Really quickly. Vocab homework from last night. 1 through 5, 2 times. Good. Heard you're going to be gone next week, Jezreel? Yeah. Good. All right. Well, we'll miss you. I'll get you your homework today, okay? Vocab. Did you do your homework, Nico? We'll just turn something in. Here we go. Find your seat, put it in the tray, find your seat. Okay, Chase, did you do your homework? Yeah. Okay, come put it in the tray. It's okay, Emma, you just put it in the tray. Okay, get your grammar books out. Go to your homework. Your grammar. Okay, page number 40. Dashes, parentheses, and ellipses. I know some of you guys don't have the rules ellipses, which I hate that. I don't understand why we have different books, but it's fine. It's all good. Okay, go to page number 44. Okay, 44 in the blue books. These bad boys. And page 40. Yes. Please do not talk out. If you have a question, raise your hand. Please quit the chatter. Let's get settled in. And let's get started, okay? All right, page number 40. Last night for homework, you were to do the exercise on both of those pages. Page 44 and then page 40. Let's go over the rules first. Okay, you're also to read over the rules. Let's go ahead and read the rules together, okay? Use a dash after a series of words or phrases that give details about the statement that is to follow, okay? Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. These are the states we drive through to reach Texas, okay? Look at your note. This is exactly the opposite of the way a colon is used, okay? So look at the sentence that they just included, all right? And then let's compare it with the sentence above, all right? It says, we drive through these states to reach Texas. Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana, okay? So the colon is used to introduce a listing, okay? Just like that, Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana, all right? And the dash is used after a series of words that give details about the statement to follow, okay? So the colon, you have your sentence, and then it gives the list, all right? It introduces the list in the series, okay, or details. A dash will give, is something that indicates the details about the statement to follow. So Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, dash. Then the details about that statement, okay? Number 2, use a dash to indicate an abrupt change or break in the flow of a sentence, okay? So we would use dashes or indicate, if you're quoting someone who is like stuttering, you would use dashes. It's an abrupt break in the flow of a sentence, okay? When mom arrives, oh, here she is now. That's when you would use a dash. It's like an abrupt break or change in the sentence, okay? That dog frightened me, stammered Victoria. Okay, that dash, that is used to indicate an abrupt break in the line of, or in the flow of a sentence. The last one, oh, how I wish, her voice choked and she could not continue. You would use a dash to indicate that change or that break in the flow of a sentence, okay? Notice that no end mark is needed after a dash that breaks off a sentence, okay? So, if you were to finish a sentence, but then it's ending with a dash, you don't need a period at the end. Or if you guys look within that quotation, okay, oh, how I wish, there's a dash, you don't need a period at the end of that dash, okay? And number 3, use dashes to set off parenthetical elements that are very abrupt or that contain commas, okay? So parenthetical elements, those are just words or a group of words that you would include in parentheses or something that's like your thought or something like that. So that statement, if you will pardon my saying so, was totally false. So the words, if you will pardon my saying so, that's kind of like my insert into that sentence, okay? I would set those off in a dash, in dashes. I wouldn't put those in parentheses because it's not as abrupt, okay? That abrupt parenthetical element would require dashes, okay? His 4 teammates, Jaden, John, Nicholas, Christian, were unselfish players. Those would have dashes in that sentence, okay? And then number 4, or the parentheses rule, okay? Use parentheses to enclose parenthetical elements that provide further explanation or confidential comments to the reader, okay? What it means by confidential comments is that when you're reading a sentence and then the author or somebody is kind of speaking to the reader, that's when you would include parenthetical parentheses. So notice in your example, then Nathan, he's the president of our class, said, let us begin with prayer. Okay, so my sentence is, then Nathan said, let us begin with prayer, but I want to tell you that Nathan is the president of the class, so I would include, he's the president of our class, in parentheses, okay? The second sentence, in the gallery are several paintings by Vincent van Gogh. You would include dates within parentheses, okay? Look at your notes. Dashes, parentheses, and commas. All of these are used to set off parenthetical elements, okay? Notice this, all right? Dashes, parentheses, and commas are all used to set off parenthetical elements, okay? Here's the differences of when you should use dashes, parentheses, or if you should use commas, okay? Use dashes to emphasize the parenthetical element, okay? Parentheses minimize the importance of the elements. So dashes, they tell you that it's important. Parentheses is just a little insert that's not as important. It's very minimized. It's just a statement that I want you to know. It's not as important, okay? Then commas, they leave the element more closely connected to the sentence than the others, okay? So if you notice, dashes are used to insert, emphasize an insert or like a thought or a list, okay? Parentheses, I'm just telling you something, it's not as important. But commas, when they're included in commas, that parenthetical element is kind of more important within that sentence that I do want you to know. So we would use commas, remember, in non-essential elements, but it is a good fact to know. And then commas to set off listing and different things like that, okay? Let's look at our exercise. Oh, and for those of you in the green book, ellipses, use ellipses points to indicate the word, phrase, or whole portion of a text. Those are just ... dots, okay? Those are explaining like where you're trailing off, or if you don't want to write the entire quotation of somebody, you can write something that you're emphasizing and then use dots, okay? Ellipses are those 3 dots within a sentence, okay? And then you can indicate to ellipsis points to indicate unfinished thoughts, pauses, or silence in informal writing. Yes, Emma? What do you mean? If you're skipping a part of a quotation, that entire quotation should be within quotation marks. So if it's a longer quotation, okay, so let's say I'm quoting Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me, okay? If I want to omit the words that saved a wretch like me, I would put quotation Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound, ... and then my parentheses outside of those ellipses. Does that make sense? Yes or no? Okay, good. All right, let's go to the exercise, okay? Let's go over this book first. So those of you with this book, please pay attention. Okay. Number 1, rising feed costs, inadequate rainfall, loose fences. These things plague the life of a rancher. Okay. Bella, do I need to include dashes or parentheses within that sentence? Dashes. Where would I put a dash? Not exactly, just after fences, because it's rising feed costs, inadequate rainfall, and loose fences. Those things plague the life of a rancher, okay? So dash after rainfall. Okay, number 2, Cheyenne, where did you put dashes or parentheses? After O? That would be before O. Okay, a dash would be as soon as the mail comes. Oh, there's the postman now. Okay, so the dash would be before O. Ari, where did you put your dashes or parentheses in number 3? Good. Parentheses around an oil man, or he's an oil man. So my dad, he's an oil man, said that there is still plenty of oil in the ground. Can you guys put on your masks, please? I'm sorry, but it is required within the classroom, so please put on your masks. Okay. Number 4, Stephen Vincent Benet, 1898 to 1943, wrote a Pulitzer Prize winner, John Brown's Body. Jasmine, where did you put parentheses or dashes? Good. Parentheses around the date, 1898 to 1943. Good job. Number 5, baseball, Dad really likes the game, is enjoyed by millions of people. Jason? What did you say? There would be parentheses around Dad really likes the game, because baseball is enjoyed by millions of people. That is my main sentence. Dad really likes the game is not really an important insert within that sentence. Yes. Not within there, that sentence, because that is kind of like an insert within that sentence. You would use commas if it's a non-essential element, or if it's closely connected to the sentence. That statement is not exactly closely connected to that sentence. Okay. Number 6, James Earl Carter, Democrat, became our 39th president. You would put parentheses around Democrat. Okay. I just wonder if, murmured Savannah as she pondered the problem. Okay. Erica, where would I put a dash? Or do you have the other book? Oh, never mind. Jazria, where would I put a dash in number 7? Good. After if. I just wonder if, murmured Savannah as she pondered the problem. She kind of trailed off. Okay. And then number 8, Brenda's favorite poets, Browning, Keats, and Frost, were to be honored in the Wax Museum. Bella, what did you put in that sentence? Good. Parentheses around Browning, Keats, and Frost. Okay? For those of you in this book, let's move to number 1. Okay? Add dashes, parentheses, and ellipses points where needed. Cutty Sark, Sea Witch, and the Glory of the Seas. These are 3 famous clipper ships. John, what did you put in that sentence? Good. A dash after seas. These are the 3 famous clipper ships. Number 2, James Earl Carter, Democrat, became the 39th president. We just went over this. Okay, you would put parentheses around Democrat. Sorry about that. Number 3, Brendan's favorite poets, Tennyson, Browning, and Keats, were all from England. Brianna? And not Brendan's favorite poets, because Brendan's favorite poets is actually part of the main sentence. So you would have put a dash after Keats and before Tennyson. So Tennyson, Browning, and Keats is your parenthetical element included within dashes. Okay? And then number 4, Footprints in the Sand by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow says, lives of great men all remind us. Learn to labor and wait. Cody, what did you put within that sentence? Not that. It doesn't need a dash after sand. Okay? Because Footprints in the Sand is the title of a poem, so that's not exactly in quotation marks. It's not a quotation. It is included within quotation marks because it is a title of a short poem. Okay? So no one is saying Footprints in the Sand. So Footprints in the Sand by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow says, and then that's where the quotation is. What did you put within that sentence, Emma? Not a dash. Actually, those would be where ellipses points are included, because there is a longer poem line, but then he didn't want to include the entire poem line, so he put ellipses, and then the end is learn to labor and to wait. Okay? So tonight for homework, okay, do page 41, exercise A and B. Okay, exercise A, listen well. Exercise A, 1 through 5. Okay, but then exercise B, you can do the odds. Okay? Exercise B, do the odds. And then for the blue book, do exercise A on page 45. Okay? And then exercise B, the odds as well. Okay? So exercise A, 1 through 5, on page 41 and 45. Do all of those in exercise A. There's only 5 questions. But then exercise B, do the odds, okay? So in this book, in the green book, it is page 41, exercise B, odds. In the blue book, this one, it is page 45, exercise B, the odds, and then all of exercise A. Okay. Write this down as well. Yes, John? Odds for B. Any questions on that? Okay, odds for exercise B. And then write this down as well. Your test in literature is on Wednesday. Okay? It's over Unit 2. We finished the unit yesterday with that awesome story, The Lady of Shalott. Have we recovered from that story yet, Emily? She still thinks it's black. That's funny. Okay, so test 2 is on Wednesday over Unit 2. Okay, and then note this. I moved your vocab quiz from Tuesday to Friday. Okay, so your vocab quiz, list 6, is on Friday. Okay, Friday the 23rd. Okay, so on Monday, we will have a quiz in grammar over punctuation, but I will let you guys open your books and use that quiz as a worksheet. So that'll be on Monday's quiz 5. Okay, then Tuesday we'll review for the test, and then grammar, your test 2 is on Thursday. Okay, we will review for that next week, beginning next week, but we have a literature test on Wednesday, a grammar test on Thursday, and then your vocab quiz on Friday. Okay, so we're going to go over those in class and review, but make sure you guys are studying now, especially your vocab, okay, because that's not until Friday. All right, test 2 is units 1 through 3, sections 1 through 4. So that will be over punctuation, Okay, your test will be over punctuation, manuscript form, and capitalization. It's a review of manuscripts, so that's if you should spell words out, you should abbreviate it, different things like that, what we already practiced. Okay, capitalization, make sure you guys are studying what needs to be capitalized. All right, and then punctuation, which is end marks, commas, semicolons, colons, italics, hyphens, quotation marks, apostrophes, dashes, parentheses, and ellipses, okay? Make sure you're studying that. And then the sections 1 through 4, okay, that is about the writing process, the paragraph, the summary, and then the outline. It's just kind of a review of what we already got quizzed over. So make sure you are studying the steps of the writing process, what develops a paragraph. Remember we said that stating, using facts, incidents, different things like that, examples, that's developing a paragraph. Know what a summary is, and then using proper outline form. Okay, those are steps in an outline or different things like that. That's what your test will be on Thursday. So make sure you're studying now. If you have any questions, please ask. We will review, but you also need to study on your own. You can't count on my review, okay? And then on test 2 for Wednesday, that's just on unit 2. We'll go over those, what you need to know, the authors, quotation marks. You should have those already started in your books, but we will also review those on Monday, okay? Are there any questions? No? All right, so you should have turned in your homework into the tray. That is your vocab homework. And then tonight for homework, you have grammar. And then I think that is it for today. So if you don't have any questions, you are dismissed to lunch. But if you do have questions, please ask.
All right, welcome to pre-algebra. Go ahead and go to 2.2. We're on page 63. Page 63 of your textbook. Yes, how can I help you?
Can I get some answers later?
No, you don't need it right now.
I feel like this unit's gonna be easy, but I know.
All right. 2.2 dimensional analysis. Every unit relationship that we talked about in 2.1 can be rewritten as a ratio equal to 1. For example, a ruler has a length of 1 foot or 12 inches. This unit relationship, 1 foot equals 12 inches, can be rewritten as 1 foot over 12 inches, or 12 inches is over 1 foot, and then we're multiplying by a form of 1. Do you see how we have something over itself? Okay, half of you aren't even looking at your books. No. Then you're in the other half. What's the problem? Then you're in the other half, and there's no reason to interrupt me. Okay. On the top of page 63, look in your book, please. So this actually makes sense what I'm talking about. Okay. Notice that we can say 1 foot equals, because 1 foot equals 12 inches, we can say it's 1 foot over 12 inches or 12 inches over 1 foot, and then we're just multiplying by a form of 1. Does that make sense? Because it's something over itself. It just looks different. Now, if we are multiplying together fractions, what key thing can we do to make it simpler at the end? Reducing is what we do at the end. What do we call it when we're doing it during? Canceling. So we have a method to make things simpler when being multiplied as fractions. We can make fractions out of units. Do you see where I'm going with this? See, here's a secret that no one tells you in elementary, and it drives me nuts. I get why we don't, but it drives me nuts. When you do math to numbers with units, you're doing the same math to the units. Let me explain. Have you noticed that when you're finding the area of a rectangle, okay? Oh, what am I doing? I can just draw it on here. New page. If I have a rectangle, you're going to have to pretend this is a rectangle. Actually, that's not too bad for me. All right, you have length, you have width, right? And so let's say your length and width are in feet. And then you find the area. What units do you suddenly have? No. Think it through. What? You have square feet now. Because you multiplied together feet times feet. That's why area is measured in square feet. Because you have feet squared. Y'all follow me? Okay, so this has always been happening. We just have hidden that part from you. Because elementary. Because I wasn't involved. That's why. That's more the real reason. Because if I'm involved, I'm going to show you guys what really happens. All right? So does that make sense? Okay? You all with me still? Now, I know I'm kind of going all around the point. I'm doing that on purpose. I'm trying to connect the dots. Okay? So we can do the same tricks to get rid of units we don't want and add in the units we do want. And that's how we're going to convert. Now, at the beginning, this is going to look like it's harder than the way you've previously learned. It's going to. It's going to feel hard because it's different. Trust me and try to grab it. Because in just a couple examples, you're going to see the power of it. You're going to see what makes it more flexible, if you will, to where you can actually do more with it than just going from one unit to another unit. Okay? So you all promise to just bear with me and try to figure this out? Cool? Open mind? All right, let's look at example A. I'm not trying to scare you either. I'm just, it's getting past the psychology of it. That's usually the hard part. All right, so let's look at example A. 4 minutes equals blank seconds. Now, let's just start with what we know. First of all, I'm going from larger to smaller, right? Yes, no, maybe? Okay, I'm kind of connecting it to the old method. If you didn't learn this way, don't worry about it, but I'm trying to connect it for those who do. I have 4 minutes going to seconds. What operation am I going to end up doing? Multiplying. Okay, so we know that. Now it's specifically multiply by what? 60. Okay, you only know that because you memorized it. Let me show you why. Ready? You see, if I start out with 4 minutes, and I'm going to put it over 1, because we can put any whole number over 1. Does that make sense? Okay? I know we're not used to seeing units of math. Just bear with me. 4 minutes over 1. And then I can multiply by my conversion factor of minutes and seconds, right? Okay, if I wanted to get rid of minutes, if I wanted it to cancel, where would I put it? On the bottom, because I want it to cancel. So I'm going to put it on the opposite side of the fraction bar. So I'm going to have 1 minute, because it's my bigger conversion, okay, 1 minute. And then how many seconds is that? My minutes goes away. Now I'm shown exactly what operation to do, 4 times 60. But it's all shown mathematically. It's not a weird 1, 2, 3. So now we're going to take our 60 times our 4 just like we normally would. And we get 240 seconds. Don't forget units. If they're not next to the blank, you have to add them. Does that make sense? Okay. 240 seconds. Now that probably seemed like a way more roundabout way of doing it than what you're used to. Okay? But I'm going to show you guys kind of the power of it. But do you see how it makes it clearer which way to whether to multiply or divide? Because if it's on the bottom, we would divide. We would instinctively know that. Okay? So let's do example B. And I'm going to move a little faster this time. As soon as I can find my cursor. There we go. I have 34 cups is equal to a certain number of pints. Okay? So I'm going to start out with 34 cups over 1. The reason why I'm using over 1 right now is because there's no other portion of unit. There is a time where we'll put something down there. For right now, it's 1 because there's nothing to put down there. Okay, so just there is a reason for that slot. Times, okay, what do I want on the bottom? Cups. Why? So I can cancel it. Good. What do I want on top? Pints, because I want to introduce it. Does that make sense? Now I look back at my conversion factor. Okay, which one's bigger, pints or cups? Pints. So pints is going to get the 1. How many cups are in a pint? 2. What am I going to do then? Cancel first. Yes, correct. And I can even cancel this. 2 goes into 34. 17 times. 17 times 1 is 17. Okay? Now, do you guys see why? That's the important thing. That's the important thing that I prefer about dimensional analysis is it's easy to see why it works. Okay, now let me show you the power of it. Ready? Because so far, I just showed you a different method. Turn the page. What if I want to go from days to minutes? How many minutes are in a day? Quick, someone tell me. Are you serious or are you messing with me? Okay, no. Actually, no, that wouldn't be right anyway. Okay, you would have to take 24 times 60 to figure that out. But anyway, you get my point, though. Okay? You don't know that off the top of your head. Here's the thing. With this, you don't have to. Watch what we do. Can you tell this is one of my favorite things to do? All right, moving on. Example 2.2b. Okay? We have 8 gallons is equal to blank cups. Okay? Now, unless you're just one of those people who memorized everything ever, how many cups are in a gallon? No idea. What? Okay, we're moving on. All right, so I'm going to still start out with 8 gallons over 1, though. Whoops, actually, let me wake up. Oh, why are you like this? Okay. 8 gallons over 1. I'm leaving myself some room. Okay, what am I going to put on bottom? Gallons. Okay, now here's the secret. Find something you know. I can't go straight to cups because I don't know it. What do I know about gallons? Quarts. Specifically, how many quarts are in a gallon? 4. Okay? Now that's still quarts, not cups. That's fair. But now I keep going. What do I know about quarts? Pints. I know that there's 2 pints in a quart. I'm still not at cups, though. Okay, what do I know about pints? There's 2 cups in a pint. Ounces is too far. Hey, guess what? We just got from gallons to cups. All we have to do now is the multiplication. 8 times 4? 32. Times 2? 64 times 2? 128. I happen to know those off the top of my head because computer programming. Don't worry about it. It's okay to do it off to the side. You work in powers of 2. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I just happen to know that multiplication like that. All right? If you don't, that's fine. Just do it off to the side. Does that make sense? Do you see the power of it now? Because we can string a whole bunch of them together and figure out what we need to do. Now, that may not seem like a huge time savings to you now because you're stuck doing everything by hand. Give it a year and be handed a calculator. Do you see how much more powerful this is? Because then you can just shove it all in the calculator and go. Okay? So for right now, we're going to keep them simpler-ish. Okay? You may have 1 or 2 steps. Okay? We're not going to do the really long ones like we do in later science. Okay? Yeah, science becomes like a second math class later. Don't worry, it's not until your junior or senior year. You're good. All right, so that was part A. Let's look at part B. All right, part B. We have 160 quarts is equal to a certain number of bushels. Who uses bushels? Okay, moving on. So first of all, I'm going to start with my 160 quarts on top over 1. Okay, do I know how many quarts are in a bushel? No, what do I know? Pecks. All right. Okay, good for you. All right, so how many pecks are in a quart? Or how many quarts are in a peck? Which way does that go? 8 quarts in a peck. All right, so we're going to take 8 quarts, 1 peck. All right, then, notice that quarts cancels. All right, peck to bushels. Huh? We will in a minute. And what? Oh, okay, we will in a minute. We just want to finish setting it up first. All right, how many pecks in a bushel? 4. For some reason. Okay, so pecks cancels. All right, now I have bushels. Now, yes, you guys were already asking about canceling. Yes, that's exactly what we want to do. So 8, oh, whoops, I wrote equal signs here. These are supposed to be multiplication signs. I didn't even realize I was doing that. You good? Okay, just pretend that didn't happen. All right, 8 goes into 160 20 times, right? And then 4 goes into 20 5 times. So 5 bushels. You guys starting to see it? You're starting to see why I prefer this method? Okay, I'm going to leave this up here. Okay, so you guys have something to look at. Practice 2.2. Let's talk about what I expect from you in each section first. Okay, so don't start working yet. Put down the pencil. Look at the directions, because otherwise I guarantee you at least half of you will do the middle section wrong. Okay, first section. Standard conversion like you're used to. Okay, one thing to one thing where you know the term. Okay, where you know the conversion factor. Short and easy. The middle section, all you're doing is you're identifying the pieces. You know what? No, don't do the middle section. That's stupid. Don't do 9 through 12. Just cross it out. It's useless. Then you guys are going to do 13 through 20. It's on to the next page. Through 20. Okay? I'm assigning no other work today. I want you guys just to practice this because this is fundamental. Okay? Future science classes are going to use this. And to some extent future math classes, but it's mostly science. This is very much a science skill, units. Science is measuring things, in case you all didn't know that. Okay? We just have been giving you guys, like, here's the terms of science, and here's why it works. Soon it'll be, okay, here's the math behind why it works. Anyway, so, moving on. Not to scare y'all, but just letting you know it's coming, so learn this. Yes? Huh? That is the homework. No, don't do the homework section. You're doing practice 2.2, numbers 1 through 8, and numbers 13 through 20. Yes, you will be turning it in either via Google Classroom or a separate sheet of paper. Reminder, there is no late work starting this chapter. This is due on Monday or it's a 0. I will not go back and check. There will be no grace. There will be no at 75% of the grade. Yes, for homework, you're just finishing what I assigned. Hold on, Natalie. Yes, we're doing it this way. We're only ever doing this way now. I only talked through it once to kind of help connect the dots. All right, Bella. Separate sheet of paper? Yes, please do.
Without the work.
For the answers you're going to turn in? Yes, that's fine.
Okay, because I write it.
That's fine. All right, did you have a question? Okay, I thought I heard you at some point. Yes?
What do they use bushels for?
Huh?
What do they use bushels
mostly on a farm for like bushel of apples or something. But like, I have never seen it used. I continue to teach it because it continues to be in the book, which means it will continue to be on quizzes and tests for some reason. So that's one of those few things where it's like, I honestly don't know. But in case you ever come across it, you know how to work with it. Yes? What was your question? No, you need to do it on your own. You know what? Yeah, go ahead. Okay. All right, any other questions about the material real quick before I hop off camera? All right, distance learners, I'll see you guys later.